Pocztówka. Top. Moje ulubione. Eliminowana pocztówka przedstawia świat po drugiej stronie rzeki, niecałe 10 lat po wojnie. Wschodni brzeg jest już całkowicie odnowiony. Na wzgórzach widać piękne ogrody i rezydencje. Przy fontannie stoi zaparkowany mały beżowy statek powietrzny. Za tę pocztówkę można wziąć sporo pieniędzy. 34 centy? Kurwa, bogactwo. Oksy, matematyka, a minus dramaturgia. Co tam dałem te nasze? Logika i wartość. To nie. To jest lepsze. Fajowe okulary biurowe. Wyników portowych są doskonałe do spojrzenia taty, które oczywiście słońca daje się też do mierzenia wzrokiem podejrzanych. Nie, to nie dla mnie. Nie mój styl. Tam jeszcze coś było. Nie są zwykle, dobra, idzie.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. You...
Dobra, ja wiem jak się może skończyć, kurwa, korzystając z telefonu, więc zrobię save'a. Bym miał się, kurwa, na ten głupi ryj wpierdolić.
The already familiar code. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
To jest to.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol.
To jest sadgie.
4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Still calling. Then...
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy, how may I help you?
Co? Nie! Ja miałem inną rozmowę, czyli chyba każdy telefon ma inną rozmowę.
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Co jest?
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomfort.
Kurwa, chujowo, że nie wiem jak się nazywam. Przydałoby się wiedzieć jak się nazywam. Dobra kurwa, duży, chodź, potrzebuję cię.
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese. Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street and we will pulverize you.
Nie być rasistą.
We will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
Dobra, przepytajmy go o kilka rzeczy.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt. Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. You should enter a deep race slumber. Perhaps in 4,000 years there is need for a servile homunculus.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
Okej.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront International Capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
He looks toward the harbor, motionless, the tattoos on his face like a web of stone.
Okej.
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading. The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept to the Similes. Now leave me be.
Nie.
I must luxuriate in the company of my woman. So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then had him give me an order. I
No.
salute your cunning, and I will remove the body from the tree with my bare hand.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
No kurwa.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Okej.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
Okej.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
To się nazywają cięcia budżetowe. Po prostu za dużo animacji by było. Nie mieli jak zrobić, że
The
idziemy tam
woman's
z nim.
gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Poszedł w fabułę.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
Aha.
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
Shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Ta. Kopalni wujek, kurwa. Nie no, Kuno by się nie śmiał, jakby umierał.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
Ma specjatyw alkoholików.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Dobra. Chyba nie możemy dalej przejść, kurwa. W skrzynce musi być coś fajnego. Kurwa. Dobra. A ty, kurwa, wyskakuj ze zbroi. Wiem, że ją masz.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you the little boy had a good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon the choice of words.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
Aha.
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cups in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One, I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, and I would leave the boots to processing, but okay. Let's find all of it.
Yes.
Mesky is epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
Okay.
No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Okay.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Psst. Ej, dzieciaki, chcecie trochę komunizmu? Pst, pst.
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Nie buduję żadnego komunizmu.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working anyone? Anyone? There's no one. Okay then. Lie down and let the water
O, flaszeczki trzeba sprzedać. To jest to. To jest życie. Flaszeczki. Pyk, pyk, pyk.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk.
Kurwa. I dolarek do kieszonki, tak o. Pamiętam, że na Switchu, jak tu wyszedł kiedyś, to poczułem zew. Ale teraz nie ma zewu, czyli coś mam za słabo rozwinięte. Ale na Switchu miałem tu zew. Do nudnej, zwykłej kieszeni. O, ciało! Bo...
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
To leży.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
Okay.
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
Do reszty trzeba mieć rozwinięte? Czemu? Aha, żeby zew poczuć. Okej.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves.
O,
However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes. That's right.
okej.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Porozmawiamy z Marlakiem.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
A, chyba nic więcej już nie możemy porozmawiać.
Come back later, Corporal. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dream.
Może buciki spróbuję ściągnąć, co? Mogą się przydać buciki.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle.
Kurwa, ściągnąłbym buciki. Dobra.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts.
Spokojnie, kurwa, co tam dopiero 13 godzin? Proszę cię.
Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
Okej, rozpocznij. 1, asystent.
That's you.
Okej. O mój Boże. Kurwa, ja nie wiem jak się nazywam dalej. Ja pierdolę. Kurwa.
The corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde amnesia. The next box says,
KK57-0803.0815. Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
the corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Dramat, kurwa.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky!
A, bo seks. I widzicie, i to się nie tłumaczy akurat. Bo, że płeć, że seks. A, i bzyku, bo... A.
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Świnie będą się bzykały. O kurwa.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Okay.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Okay.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Uh-huh.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else. Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity after the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
To? Nie wiem.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation. Ligature mark.
Okej.
Steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
To jest niskie. Nie mogę go powtórzyć, a to już zalicza, że ja mam te kurwa narzędzia, czy nie?
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. The knot is the weak spot. The
Oh.
chain cutters fit in there. Steady now.
Okej.
Like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Easy.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the
Oh,
knot,
that's-
tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
No kurwa.
No! Let's get up and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Ah yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
Mhm.
Just write down that we request an analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. Last item, hands. Hands are clean, no sign of a recent struggle. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past 2 items.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Okej.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Okej.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Hepatobiliary, NA. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there? We already have one test as per regulation, and we already requested semen.
Pigs requested semen like it's no big deal.
I'm not even interested in these boring mulkus anymore. I haven't sucked him off or anything.
At a request, then, we'll know if drugs or poisons remain in his blood. At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with it. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 feels. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
O kurwa.
Nothing. Just in case. Oh, so we inflicted them?
Aha.
Okay, so there's a spin-stabilized munition from a Kiel A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung. I don't think we should mention that. Better not to muddy the waters. Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries. Head, chest and scalp bite mark injuries. predation by birds has caused damage to the body. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuno. He is silent with it. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man, beneath.
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something? You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
O kurwa. Dobra, czat. Czat. Mamy 2 punkty. Walimy 1 w percepcję. Widzowie. Widzowie. Percepcja na pewno? Percepcja. A co my potrzebujemy na kontener? Where is kontener? Retoryka, fucking. Kontener ważniejszy. Zostawimy sobie, zostawię. Dobra, ale to teraz poproszę czat, motoryka. Poproszę o głos na motorykę. Mam nadzieję, że ktoś tu jest. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. O, dziękuję. Dziękuję. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's fucking go.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Prawie umarłeś.
His fingernails have turned dark. They're chipped and quite long. There is dirt under them. That's all.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Wiem, gdzie są lodówki. Wiem, gdzie są lodówki. Do niedźwiedzia go wsadzimy.
Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building? Now, that's an overstatement. It's not actually for storing cadavers, or at least I hope so. I think we should take a look at it first. Make sure it's big enough before we carry him over. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased will become harder to find.
Pizda. Pizda. Pizda do lodówki niedźwiedzia. Próbowałem włączyć z powrotem.
Both cables are unplugged from the... Somewhere, a machine hums along with... The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge, slowly melting. The power has been cut.
Co? Nie były... Czekaj. To nie był ten czarny kabel? Aha.
Only the black cable somewhere in the... The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers hidden inside its bed.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough, too.
But the optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be as silent as we can.
Shall we go and get the body, then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
Działa.
The body is heavier than we expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the bedroom, then more to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Okej.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done. No, not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This story does not leave this room.
Artystami jesteśmy.
If I were an artist, this would certainly not be my vision. I would be much, much more conservative in my work. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Dobra. Zrobiło się jasno, więc mogę sobie światło zgasić. Nastał dzień.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
Moi drodzy, jeszcze raz. Co? Jeszcze raz. Widzowie. Motoryczki troszkę. Poprosiłbym motoryczki troszkę. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dziękuję wam. Dziękuję. Lecimy. Let's go.
Your
Tak
arm
jest.
reaches out
Tak jest.
and your
Tak
eyes
jest.
close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around.
Kurwa.
You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
Muszę kurwa włączyć ten. Latarka.
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Sensu.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Tak jest, kurwa.
Keep going.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Wstać palec.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
Pomocy wokół.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex.
Jeszcze mocniej.
Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The undulations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Okay.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
O chuj.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper, until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
Can you get to it?
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Damy radę. Od razu. Easy.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just... The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove, sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize with a plop. Your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
Oho. Oho. Kurwa, i to jeszcze
Bullet
z mojego
falls
pistoletu.
in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. No, you deserve it. We can log it later.
Okay.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal, post-mortem. treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead. I did not just come up with this. I've had my doubts since you told me about that hunch, officer. Him doing something else when he died. I don't have intuition. I don't usually trust it. But it made me doubt. There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly.
We almost fell for it, he thinks.
Okay.
Almost.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier. To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here. Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Okay.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Nie, na razie jeszcze nie. Jeszcze nie. Jeszcze zostajesz zamóg. Mamy jeszcze parę rzeczy do zrobienia.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What? Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me. If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far? A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Może z tego
Even
co
the
my
arsenal
znaleźli.
uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Może to już to co my znaleźli.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be
No
one of
właśnie.
those epic tasks that's open for a while.
To się uda, 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 to się uda.
A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique. The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you, the dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. it's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber. No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
What are you thinking? Bullet? Okay. And? An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really. Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end. Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation. Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Okej. Okej. To bardzo dobrze. Okej. Dobra. Ważne rzeczy. Idziemy kontener otwierać. Let's fucking go. Ściągam czapkę. Jeszcze mi obniża.
You're back before the
Jak
cargo
zablokowane?
container. Its drawer
bo muszę
has
dodać
not
do
lessened
retoryki.
since you were last hit.
Retoryka. Awans.
You're back before the cargo container.
3%.
Its
Ja
drawer has
pierdolę.
not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it
Tab.
seems to have grown
Widzowie?
slightly.
Jest tu ktoś? Dałaby się rozumność. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cześć, klikaj. Klikaj rozumność. Dawaj mi rozumność. Musisz dać w rozumność, a odjąć coś innego. Dzięki. Walimy to. Na pizdę. Otwieramy.
As it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with the rhetoric.
Pan. Jebany. Kiedyś się uda. Kiedyś się uda. Było blisko, bo też tak mi się wydaje. Dziękuję ci bardzo, Optimusku. Tak, 24H. Grube 24H. Dobra, fokus. Na pewno musimy iść na spotkanie tam o 21. Czy coś tu jeszcze ma sens do zrobienia? Czemu się dowiedzieli teraz? Zawodnictwo, patrzność, zieloną rela. Ciężko cokolwiek teraz osiągnąć. Dobra, na pewno uda ze starym pogadać, bo on się zna na tych karabinach. Może on coś powie ciekawego.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you?
No,
Yes, the Debardiers Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes! It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
okej. Zresztą mam prostą torbę.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it. It's an excellent side thing.
Yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
Okej.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Dobra, czat. Czat, potrzebuję motoryki. Give me some motoryka, czat. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, siup.
Dzięki. O kurwa, jest dobrze, jest dobrze.
As
Tak
Rennie
jest.
turns from you
Tak
to his
jest.
partner and back, the medals on his chest
Dziękuję bardzo.
rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly. 2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
For bravery.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
Okej.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Okej, pozorna. Już później będę chciał słuchać tej historii. Nie.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
O kurwa.
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Okej. Strzelce Sprawiedliwości.
He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the joyless freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood, piss and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth. The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers
kurwa.
before the cavalrymen found him and Drizant. 2 days later that was. And that heathen wives crawling with mangled half-dead prints on his back. He still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Okay.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand. Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. 782 Royal Carabineers are dead because of his incompetence. Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
To głupi pomysł, ale kurwa, jeszcze coś by tam mógł bardziej porozmawiać o tej broni, o tej kurwa... Czemu nie mogę o tym z nim porozmawiać? Chyba, że... Już my rozmawiali z nim o tej broni.
What can this old carabinier do for you? Unfortunately, I don't. In Martinez, cop is a pejorative term. If I knew...
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Halt! You can't give... That's why...
Of course. Clarity of vision.
Philippe III was even...
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
I'm listening. Decisively, without fear of offending the sense you haven't and
the carabinier doesn't reply.
Right.
Nie pamiętam, gdzie było pytanie o ten karabin jebany.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer.
Kurwa. No chuj, nie pogadamy o karabinach. Haken, szaken, straken. Żeby tutaj 21 była, to też jeszcze pół czasu. Może kurwa z panem ze sklepu? Czemu to jest żółte?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hyundal burning.
Okay.
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. but I do think the Hjelmdalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Hjelmdal really existed, but they're wrong. I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why?
Okej.
I suppose that makes sense, yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead and take it.
Okej. Okej. Przegadaliśmy go. Ciało jako narzędzie. Teraz strzał władczy się odejmuje. A to nam daje ciało... Okej, to jest lepsze. Kurwa, władczość, my w ogóle nie jesteśmy władczy. Top. Fajna koszulka. Podoba się dla mnie.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and answer it. I do my best to keep my distance from all.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
No to lipa. Nie pogadamy z nikim o tym. Trochę jesteśmy w kropce. Trochę w kropce. Dobra, szybciutko ze dwóch. Zaraz wracam.
Halo, halo. Halo, halo. Kurde no. Jakby to teraz rozpracować? Czy my coś możemy zrobić? Mapa. Miarogłowy to bez sensu. O, w sumie możemy iść z nią pogadać, chyba że to... Nie, to był ten sam dzień, to nie możemy w sumie iść z nią pogadać. Chyba że teraz nam się kim nie przypierdoli do tego. Do tego możemy iść na retorykę, go spróbować przegadać. Okej. Spróbujmy z tym. Just for funsies.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Na strzał.
No need to dress this one up.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying?
Sorry, detective. Everything's still cool here, officer. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out. No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What? Look, officer, I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
Oh.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good questions, though.
Jeszcze raz
Sharp eyes,
spróbować.
officer. No need to dress.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying?
Sorry, detective.
Ale zdobyliśmy jeden punkt. Wiecie co to znaczy? Wiecie co to znaczy? Kolejne starcie z kontenerem. Czapka w dół.
You're back before the cargo container. Its
Retoryka.
drawer has not.
Okej. Próbujemy otworzyć kontener znowu.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were
Czad.
last here.
Rozumność,
If anything,
rozumność, we
seems
need
to have
rozumność. Go,
grown
go, go, go,
slightly.
go, go, rozumność. Go, rozumność! Go, go, kurwa! Potrzebujemy tego! Dziękuję. Damy radę. 17%. Damy radę. Kurwa,
As it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric.
Dziękuję, dziękuję. Uda się, w końcu się uda. W końcu się uda. W końcu się uda. Dobra, idziemy z babą gadać. Nic innego nam się nie ostaje. Chuj dziwne, że nie możemy z tamtym o tej broni porozmawiać i o tym naboju. O, ogarnęłaś to? Zajebiście, zajebiście. To super. Idziemy do baby. Nie chciałem tego klikać, kurwa. Kursor mi uciekł. Nie mogę zrobić tego?
Just an ordinary wall.
Co tam się?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Aktualizacja. Nie. Nie. Co tu się skrzyneczka pojawiła? Halo? Co to za skrzyneczka u góry? Proszę, co za skrzyneczki? Co tu za szafeczki? Książka 16 dni? 1 kwietnia? Co to jest, kurwa?
In your hands you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekaterina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead.
It would do that in Grad.
You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author. She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugoslavia riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure?
Że to jeszcze 10 stron. O kurwa. O kurwa.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft.
Okay.
She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one.
Wesoła lektura.
The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
Okropne.
As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret.
Okej. Tośmy sobie poczytali książeczkę. Top, fajna książka. No, to widzimy jakieś kurwa nowe rzeczy. Tu już nie ma nowych rzeczy. Jest to po staremu. To, okej. No, kurwa, jest książek. A, dobra, mamy torbę. Okej. Okej, takie buty. Coś nam powiesz?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
O! Pancerz.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear.
Oh.
Look cute as hell.
Okay.
If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you.
Okay.
I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
No nieźle.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Dzięki, Cindy. Ten się znowu na retoryce zrobił, okej.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay.
You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Okay.
Of course, Detective. Excuse me for implying otherwise.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any other way.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Kurwa. Binder się odezwał. Wendała, czy nie było dziwne? Znaczy, gdybym powiedział... Okej. O czym innym? No...
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Rzeczywistość.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Dalej, ach.
It remains a mystery.
Dwie jedynki!
What you mean by this
Kurwa!
something close.
To jest żart
This
jakiś!
isn't about you.
To jest jakiś
It's
żart!
about reality.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
O kurwa.
Yes, the Red Deluge. The Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. About head shooting, the liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition.
O, cześć Wici, witam cię serdecznie.
Took the mineral rights.
Kurwa, ty nie wiesz, co tu się odpierdalało, nie? Co tu się kurwa odpierdalało, to jest hit. Cześć, że ja dalej nie wiem, jak ja się nazywam. Chłopie, tu się dzieją takie rzeczy. Tu się dzieją takie rzeczy.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition,
Zaraz ci opowiem, zaraz ci zrobię delikatne streszczenie wszystkiego, co się wydarzyło, nie?
the laws and the people.
Teraz mamy grubo rozmowę o rzeczywistości, więc... Information dump jest.
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
To będzie serio, kurwa, długi dump.
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Okej. To może ci opowiem jednak. Więc tak. Jest wtorek. Jeszcze w ogóle nie otwarli przejścia na drugą stronę. Tak, że to jest wtorek. Jest drugi dzień dopiero. 19. Wszystko, co próbowaliśmy robić tutaj, kurwa, na podwórkach i tak dalej, to była jedna wielka porażka, kurwa, nic nam się nie udawało. No i później, w końcu, po kurwa jakichś 4 razach, udało nam się, kurwa, odkryć te sekretne przejście za, kurwa, kawałkiem tam terakoty, czy co to było. I weszliśmy se, kurwa, na dach. I pamiętasz, jak opowiadał ci, że zawsze na Switchu próbował skoczyć po kurtka, która odendała. Nie idzie przybliżyć. Mamy na sobie. Udał mi się skok za pomocą czatu, bo to już było nad ranem, już czat przyszedł i udało mi się skoczyć, kurwa, na drugą stronę. Więc nagle dostałem się kurwa do portu, gdzie nigdy kurwa nie byłem w porcie jeszcze. No i tam sobie pochodziłem po tym porcie. No i poszedłem rozmawiać kurwa z szefem w porcie. No i co? Ja nawet nie wiedział jak się nazywał. Nie miał odznaki, nie miał broni, nie miał nic. Więc ta rozmowa poszła tragicznie, prawie umarłem na krześle. Nic z tego kurwa nie wynikło. No i on powiedział, że co, że kurwa Measurehead miarogłowy mi pomoże ściągnąć ciało. No i mówię już dobra kurwa, przynajmniej tyle, przynajmniej to ciało pierdolone ściągniemy stamtąd. Więc przyjęliśmy to, że nam pomoże ściągnąć, ale chciał, żebyśmy mu jeszcze przysługa zrobili i otwarli kogoś drzwi, ale nie zgodziliśmy się na to i wyszliśmy stamtąd. No jak my wracali, to ja wszystko omijał i Chippy i Wituś zaczęli się ze mnie śmiać, że jestem kurwa najbardziej normalnym normikiem i że w tej grze idzie robić pojebane rzeczy, a ja robię kurwa bezpieczne, normalne rzeczy i w tym momencie jak oni się zaczęli ze mnie śmiać, to moje głosy w mojej głowie się kurwa odezwały do mnie i wybrali mi glinotyp normalnego gliny. I ja mówię, nie kurwa, nie jestem normalny. I Chippy mówi, weź tam kurwa przy żurawiu idzie coś naklikać, weź coś naklikaj. I naklikałem, przyjechał kontener, ale no nie umiemy go otworzyć, próbujemy się z nim już dogadać w pół, już wydaliśmy na to chyba 3 punkty. No i nie umiemy się dogadać z tym kontenerem, żeby się otwarł, więc chuja z tego wynikło. No ale wyszliśmy, poszliśmy do miarogłowego i powiedzieliśmy, dobra, słuchaj kurwa, idziesz i ściągasz nam ciało. Poszedł i ściągnął nam ciało. Tam się kurwa nic nie udało przy tym ciele, ale kurwa w szaleńczym przypływie kurwa napływie jakiejś wizji stwierdziliśmy, że nie, coś z tym ciałem musi być nie tak, że nasze kurwa takie podstawowa tamta sekcja, no to jest źle my to zrobili. I w ogóle ja tam się w to nie wtrącałem, co tylko Kim robił, ale mówię mu stary, coś tam musi być więcej. I on mówi, no kurwa, no teraz jest przypał, no bo ciało już leży na ziemi i to już jest kurwa ten, jak nie znajdziemy lodówki, jak powiedział lodówka, ja mówię kurwa niedźwiedź i on mówi kurwa niedźwiedź i zatachaliśmy ciało do lodówki, do piwnicy, do niedźwiedzia, wsadziliśmy do niedźwiedzia i tam kurwa kosmos się tak ułożył, gwiazdy, oświetlenie i wszystko, że ja mówię dobra, przystępuję kurwa do badania zwłok. I kurwa zbadałem genialnie i okazało się, że w zwłokach był nabój. Więc zmieniliśmy cały raport, że kurwa że chłop był jednak zastrzelony, a potem upozorowano dopiero powieszenie. No ale no co, zacząłem badać ten nabój, no i wpadłem na to, że ten karabin stary, który mamy, to może mieć coś związanego z tym, no ale chuja mi to daje, bo poszedłem do starego kurwa kombatanta i on nie chce ze mną rozmawiać o tym karabinie. Poszedłem kurwa do sprzedawcy w sklepie i on nie chce ze mną rozmawiać o tym karabinie. Nikt ze mną nie chce kurwa rozmawiać o tym karabinie. Więc niby się czegoś dowiedziałem, ale chuja mi to daje. No i Kim mówi, że może zawinąć teraz kurwa to ciało, ale go nie będzie w chuj czasu przez to. A ja o 21 muszę się iść spotkać z chłopem na balkonie, więc na razie zostawiłem se Kima i biegam i próbuję jakoś zabić czas. Ale no tragicznie to idzie kurwa, jest dramat.
It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 2008, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Okay.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer elf boy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Then you happened. Your youth in the 30s.
Disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Okej. Zajebiście.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... We could have had so much more.
Okay.
Every one of us. If only we'd played it right. Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
Okej.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Nie wiem.
And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
No, nie byłoby walki raczej.
Then you would have died fighting against them. Long before the beachhead. Our time is a shadow cast by that day.
A, już.
They are what they are.
Starszy.
Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Dobra, moi drodzy. Jakieś szybciutkie podbicie rozumności, co? Co od widza? Od widza dla streamera? Szybkie podbicie rozumności? To nie jest ważne. Zapytałem w dziwny sposób. Odkryłeś tajemną pozycję piwniczaków. Czy byłem wyobraźnią? Chyba nie. Chyba nie. Rozumność bym poprosił. Rozumność. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. Nie zrobiliście tego. Fucking. No chuj.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts already in your head. But it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later. Once the jamais vu thought is complete.
Czym jest pani?
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Czym pani? A nie, nic nie mów.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
O kurwa. Okay.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Libero. Okay. Co to?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to financial colonists. No saint person identifies as an ultra anymore. Not in broad daylight. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
Mało mnie to obchodzi.
You feel that she won't like the answer, just as it's leaving your lips. Even more, it will hurt her.
A fitting punishment. To be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Okay.
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Aha. Aha. Ej, wszystko jasne.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now,
Dobra.
shall we return to reality?
Co to jest?
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lop 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Okay.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
Okay.
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little...
Pogadane. Porobione. Zaraz będzie level uped. Kurwa, my już nie mamy z kim gadać, a jeszcze godzina czasu. Fucking shiten. Żebym sobie kanapeczki ugryzł od kolegi. Może być dobry pomysł. Bajsik kanapeczki.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
Wydaje mi się, że ogólnie jakby był polski dublaż w tej grze i to z jakąkolwiek taką bardziej znaną obsadą, to wydaje mi się, że no w Polsce to by się stało, wiesz, takim giga kultowym tytułem i to tak jak ze wszystkim, co kurwa ma polski dublaż u nas.
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
Aha.
Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder, well made and abundant in components. The author sure knew their craft. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
Believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable. In my age, you need to pay attention to these things. Fuck off! It's mine!
Oh, chuj.
A glimmer of respect flashes in Rene's eyes.
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
Okay.
And it's gone.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? We are a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
Moi drodzy, troszkę rozumności, żeby sobie bajsnąć kanapeczkę, śnitkę tak o, zemlasnąć. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dziękuję.
A man so
Kurwa.
principled about a sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. Too late. Daddy's already fighting the bad fight. Make it stick. Say one of these fascist or communist things or fuck off. Whoa, easy there, Goldmouth. he doesn't have to say anything. Re-engage cop mode and bail out if you like.
No da. No da.
All right. Let's hear them, officer.
Spierdalam. Co jeszcze możemy przez ten czas porobić? My znowu nie możemy cię poprosić o pieniądze?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then
Dwie
work your
szósteczki, kurwa!
This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? An investment? What kind of investment?
Or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
Okej. No.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
10.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment.
Easy. Easy dyszka. Tak o. O, coś tu widzę. Rolling do disco. Okej. Że mi to nie mówi. No, jeszcze troszkę. Nie chcę zmarnować tego czasu. Tutaj coś... Może ta babcia w końcu? Bo ty pewnie nic dalej, nie?
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man.
Babcia?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in no response wherever this woman is.
Nie pogadasz. Ty się coś pierdolisz o to, że my u góry stali?
Right to work! Right to work! Sure!
Pierdolisz. Dobra, może z tym rasistą sobie coś pogadamy, co?
Welcome to it.
Okay.
Do continue, sir.
Come on, man. The hooler. It's just a greeting. A lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them become your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Okay.
You do make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness. You sense slight embarrassment for the outburst. Or is it pride? Impossible to tell.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
Dobra. Możemy jej za chwilę otworzyć kontener.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. Apples? Yeah, apples? I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Okej, dobra, pójdź z tobą. Kontener. Dobra. Czad. Robimy to. Otwieramy go. Pęko teraz, kurwa, nie ma wyjścia. Robimy sezamy, otwórz się i chuj. Ściągam czapkę. Aha, ja nie mogę retoryki dodać. O kurwa. O kurwa.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
W sumie sobie wejdzie zrobić tak. Ale to nie tu. Trzeba zrobić. Otwórz drzwi.
You attempt to your left.
Ej. Ale chujnia. Ach, chujnia. Dobra, czapka na łeb. Może zliło coś pogadamy? O tej liście, kurwa, co my ją znaleźli? Ty, a jak ubiera łom, to tego nie będę mógł otworzyć? Albo... nożyce? O, no jelo. Półmroczność. Co moje rękawice nie dają? Ręczne palce, to nie. Okej. Dziękuję. Leo?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
Okay.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Jeszcze co z tym barszczem?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Bierzemy to.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Okay. My quest. Może coś maniany będzie dało się podpytać.
Okej. Czekaj, ten telefon, moglibyśmy go jeszcze raz, kurwa. Trzeba zapisać, bo to jest możliwość śmierci.
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall. There isn't much more to...
Było ciekawe, że tu my się z kimś innym połączyli. To było ciekawe. No, bo na Switchu jak Rzek dzwonił, to dzwonił z tego telefonu po drugiej stronie i dodzwonił się do dupy, a tu dodzwonił się do wypożyczalni kaset, ale spierdolił rozmowa, bo nie wiedział jak się nazywam.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Okej, czyli na razie z nim o tym barszczu nie pogadamy, dopóki nie... okej. Z gorącym kubkiem trzeba pogadać.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. They're friends.
Okej. To jest ten barszczu.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Tak.
Boss need more vodka?
Okej.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Pojebane.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Jesteś nudziarzem, bratan.
Aha. Mniej ognia. Gaty jak są wolisz, kurwa. Daleko jeszcze? A gdzie tam? To już koniec. Tak naprawdę to nie. Cześć kozaczku, witam cię ponownie. Kurwa, nie wiem teraz. Mam do ciebie sprawę, a ty z mniej ognia. Kurwa, nie wiem. Trochę wydźwięk mi tego znowu, kurwa. Jeszcze tutaj tak nie było w Disco Elysium, że nie za bardzo rozumiem, co osiągnę na tym, bo czy to sprawi, że po prostu powiem, że nie dawaj tam więcej wódki i se pójdę i to będzie koniec? A to sprawi, że co, że wezmę z tego barszczu i... Co to znaczy, że mam sprawę? Fucking. Dobra, czat. Wasza decyzja. Wasza decyzja. Okej. Ja o tym streamie.
The cook gives you a long, inspecting look, then shrugs too, and seems to wait for you to speak.
Okej. Czyli to nic nie zmieniło.
The man says a couple of...
Boss need more.
Okay, so it...
Vodka!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous
Dobra.
idea.
Czyli nie chcę
Honestly,
wódki.
the place is a powder keg.
Co? Aha! Nudziarze. Nie chcę
The
wódki.
cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Okej.
He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of...
Okej. To już koniec z barszczem? Zwykły barszcz? No to koniec. Okej. No i chuj. Barszcz już nie będzie pojebanie dojebany. To mogę z oknem porozmawiać.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside.
O kurwa. Zmruż oczy.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know there's something out there behind the glass.
Yeah, your mother.
Okej. Dobra, czat. Potrzebujemy motoryki. Zdecydowanie potrzebujemy motoryki. Liczę na was. Oddaję to w wasze ręce za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Świetnie, świetnie. Kurwa, świetnie. O chuj.
Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn, nor does the light come in from this window.
Zauważyłem. Zauważyłem. Ale... zawsze warto spróbować, tak? Nie było 0% szansy. Jakby było 0% szansy, to co innego. A nie było 0% szansy.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers.
He's exhausted from years of dealing with the assholes. That's why he's trying so hard not to be one too.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Nie wiem. Czy wiem, czy zablokowany? 3% to do mnie nie blokada. To jest możliwość.
The circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Kurwa, czy ja chcę im to mówić? Czy ja chcę im to mówić? Co? 2 razy 6 do 3 failure? Czemu? To nie fajne. To mi się nie podoba. To teraz już Disco Elysium u mnie nie jest grą 10 na 10. To już mi się bardzo nie podoba.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Oh, she.
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
No są takie miejsca, gdzie mógłbyś skipnąć zapisy, no ale to kurwa to... To wiesz, to albo się umie bawić, albo się nie umie bawić. To po prostu nie daje tej opcji, a nie kurwa ją daje. No jak się później wyświetla? Czemu się wyświetla teraz? Bez
let me
sensu.
get this straight. There is an eighth Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Ja nie chcę pokazywać kulę. Nie, bo mogą ją zabrać siłą. I nic z tym nie zrobimy.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Okay.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
It's not like he blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
Moi drodzy, trochę psychy, trochę psychy. Przydałoby się trochę psychy. Daję to w wasze ręce. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No cóż.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
Stop shitting the law.
Yeah. Aren't you listening?
What?
I assure you.
There is little left to salvage. Did I not tell you to pick
again?
Good one.
Okay.
About fucking.
To już nic. To już nic. Fucking shit. No parę minut jeszcze musimy ogarnąć.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
O, to jakaś
You know,
kryptytka.
to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
O,
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about? Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
pół prawda, pół nieprawda, pół legenda.
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
What the fuck?
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today?
Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kotla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago. The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate, certainly from before recorded history. Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
Okay.
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them. Okay, I won't spoil your fun. What is the invisible cryptid?
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track. Like nothing, it's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside
To był
your
ten zew,
window,
który
and
Rzech usłyszał wtedy. Okej, teraz mi się przypomniało.
it could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds. The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them. Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadakwa they followed individually. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadakwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
Well, dear, they cancel each other out. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Mamadakwa population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what?
Dobra.
I'm glad you like.
Mamy 2 minutki po. Idealnie. Lecimy na balkon. O.
Was that? Could
Oho.
it be the Mamadakwa?
Oho.
No. It's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear. There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always? There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
No, I don't hear the Mamadakwa, and neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. Oh no. The sound. It's moved. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Okay. Oho.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
Okay.
Different, of course. Something so mysterious about the way he talks. Very.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Okay. Biznesowy. Kurwa, jedwabny szlafrok. Imprezowego smoka. Jo, dupia. Stałe zdjęcie tego samego lokalu. Wskazuje na rok pierwszy. Zapach drogi męski perfum. Ktoś zawsze patrzy. Teraz parą postawioną na starych gazetach. O kurwa. Troszkowy samurajski kapelusz. No nieźle.
O, witam, słyszę.
Cześć Piotro, łóżko z baldachimem. Znaczenie coś w garku. Pusta popelniczka. Ludzkie nielegalnych imprez. Daty wykładów otwartych na miejscowym uniwersytecie.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Okay.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
What the fuck? Cześć Piotro.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot.
Okay. No, olejmy to wszystko.
Of course. Let me just say it has been an emotional week for me.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Okay.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Okay.
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter. It's the international organization for moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the Moral Inter.
But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values. Martinez? No. Martinez is something else. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes. Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Okay.
Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No, listen.
Meeting? Okay. Okej. Ostatnio pytał ziomka, który pracuje w korpo, czemu się kurwa tak po angielsku na wszystko mówi i on powiedział, że sam nie wie. Po prostu tak w robocie wszyscy mówią, więc on też tak mówi. Nie kminia tego kompletnie.
The Insulindian Bay. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee.
Nie rozumiem tego kompletnie. Nigdy nie pracował w korpo, to może przez to.
I'm all ears, officer. I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Okej.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
Będziesz mieć okienko w pracy? No nieźle. No nieźle.
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell. Drummers? Why, no. But then, I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
Cześć, Asiu. Hejo.
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man. All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late. My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
What the fuck?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
Koniec.
Of course. I'm glad I could help.
Spoko, trzymaj się.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
Weź mi kurwa.
Must have been a false alarm then.
Dokładnie. Pierdolisz mi jakieś kocopoły. Dobra, te ciuszki nam wpadły. Dwawny szlafrok, ma kolor niebieski, a na jego przeciwnie rycerz... Ryczący, kurwa, rycerz. Ryczący smok, gotowy do nocnego lotu. Z czarnym pasem, pod względem kulturowym jest mocno nietaktowny, ale tylko dla osób spoza Seulu. Zapewne wszystko jedno, okej. Styczkowy kapelusz, starczynięcie anteny z słomkami. Wygląda jak latarnia z samarskiej mądrości i dzięki Bogu, że reakcja otoczenia, kiedy chodzi się po policji, to niesamowicie nietaktowne nakrycie głowy. Okej. Konie w galopie. Coldemana d'Aqua. Czy my sobie weźmiemy Coldemana d'Aqua? Why not? Why not? Weźmy sobie. Spadali, nie? Nic nie ma. Dobra, z kima trzeba wysłać na team mission. To było. A, tego się nie dało otworzyć, ale przecież my mamy sprzęt do otwierania takich rzeczy. To się może udać. Heh. Pieniążki, zajebiście. Siup, 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 siup. Dobra, czy coś się w ogóle... Lustro się zrobiło. Nie, lustro się nie zrobiło, to się po prostu zawsze kurwa kliko. Niesamowite. Dobra. I... No, musimy się do piwnicy dostać. Mutna, powolna przejażdżka na koni w deszczu. Niesamowite. Dobra. Kim ruszasz na misję?
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its...
Shoot, Looney Rooney. I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius.
Nawet w lodówce, nawet już napój wyciągnięty. A dalej nie wiemy jak się nazywamy. Dobra. Bierz go, Kim.
Alright.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. Oh well, in another lifetime.
No chuj. Spaliliśmy questa.
Carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Nie mamy myszy harcym? Nie, chyba pójdziemy spać. No, pójdziemy spać. My stronimy od takich używek. To jest imersyjne granie. Pełna imersja. Trzeba się kąpać, bo śmierdzimy trupem. To jest to, co musimy zrobić.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired. Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub, but it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Kurwa, dzwoniliśmy tam, ale no nie ogarnęliśmy. Fucking.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Dobra, umyte. A ze sprzętem? Otworzymy to ze sprzętem? Też nie. No nic. Szpora szpanko. Szpanko, szpora, szpanka.
The bed is still cold from the broken.
Szpora, szpanko. Oh,
the
yeah.
bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself.
Okay.
You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
Oh, yes. That'll check you out. Give you some pills. Make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Okay. Buongiorno. Dawaj, chłopie. Z tym oknem.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Okay. Aha, teraz ta dwójka z komisariatu tu przyjechała. O kurwa. Ale teraz będzie ta rozmowa inaczej wyglądać, bo ja z nim miał taką rozmowę, że jeszcze ciało wisiało. Ale ja nie pamiętam, jak się nazywam. Więc to może być problematyczne.
Yes?
Okay.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you. Don't even try to win him over. He won't.
Okej.
There's something
No
that
kurwa, to jest niemożliwe, nie? 92% i ciul 2 jedynki yellow.
The police of animals, yes.
Well, I am interacting with the most dangerous animal of them all. You. I'd say yes. I'm animal control. To yourself? Yes, extremely.
Can we help you with something?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses. And
about what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Yes, a superstar cop. Of course. This again. No.
The man in sunglasses nods.
Watch out for yourself, Luke.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Uh-huh.
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run along, asshole.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Okay.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay.
Something changes in her. It's pity.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Well, he's not. He's a sack of shit barely kept together by crazy glue. But at least he tries, unlike you.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Okay.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
I just want to do my job, that's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two, is making her uncomfortable.
Okej. No też bym sobie pogadali.
Hi, gendarme.
O kurwa.
Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
Okay.
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Okay.
Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Why not? A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return. To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme?
Okej. Czat. Troszkę motoryki, co wy na to? Troszkę motoryki. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. O, dziękuję. Dziękuję bardzo.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
Kurwa, ma. Ja pierdolę.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Well, I am one of them. One of the Sub Rosa pleasure group, congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Revachol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature, very esoteric. Sure thing, officer. What do you want to know next? Bye-bye, gendarme.
Tego się nie spodziewał. Pojebanet. Pojebanet. O, możemy jeszcze raz, okej. Możemy jeszcze raz, świetnie.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
Kurwa, nie pamiętam. 41. Kim był 57, nie?
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? I'm sure he's fucking flattered, but Kim is not part of this thought experiment. In this one,
the lieutenant is silent.
Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind, partner.
I'm not your partner. This union is temporary.
A little premonition for you, Lieutenant. Sooner or later, probably sooner, your new friend tells you he doesn't need you. He will then suggest you should fuck off. When that happens, I suggest you take his advice.
Okay.
The lieutenant merely bows his head in response.
Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
Okay.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by the sunglassed man.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Okay.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? God fucking shit.
None of this is great news for him. Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work.
Pojebane.
Don't let me stop you again.
Pojebane. Dobra, ale są rzeczy ważne i ważniejsze. Najważniejsze jest to, że powinni mi już otworzyć most.
A rusting control panel. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Końc. Końc.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please,
No kurwa,
don't tell me
Red Rock
one
Riviera,
last for now.
najcudowniejszy,
No more
najcudowniejszy
investigates
soundtrack.
sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That.
Okay, let's go. Dobra, teraz nam się przyda siateczka. Będzie dużo nowych, fajnych rzeczy. Pieniążki, tak o, na ziemi leżą. Chyba z sprzętem trzeba było wbić, nie? O kurwa. Patio. O Jezu. No. Boksy, patologika AT. Logika władcz. Nie no, zostaniemy przy logice, zostaniemy przy logice. 16,5 godziny. No, szybciutko. Szybciutko. Siedem i pół godzinki i kończymy. To nie. O. Tak. Czekaj, nie to. Tak, dobrze, dobrze. Nie dało przejść? Ale... Przyszedłem tu. A nie, to kawałek dalej. Jeśli płot i drut czasny. Muzyki. No jelo. Że znajduje się tylko wersja instrumentalna, wygotowana do użycia.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape player or portal-reel at hand. But even just holding the tape makes you feel a little sad. A pawn shop would have a tape player.
To oznacza karaoke. Dobra, ale najpierw najważniejszy punkt. To jest tutaj druga strona Wybrzeża. To jest miejsce, które jako ostatnie spadał na swoim playthrough na Switchu, więc wiem co tu jest i jak bardzo to ważne.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Huśtawka. Zdecydowanie huśtawka.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
Okay. Wyszły.
Spit flies from your mouth to your moustache, your chest, the ground before you. No sound, though.
Raining heavily here, Chief!
Mind keeping it down a bit?
The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away. With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out a beautiful, melodic trill that puts even the insulindic thrush to shame.
Okay.
You hear the sound echo on the large body of water. Clouds race across the spring sky, and suddenly you just feel better about everything. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri, Model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people. Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
No wszystko jasne, no.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
O, on już do mnie Harry mówi. Skąd wiesz, że o Harry, jak ja nawet nie wiem, że o Harry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach. And No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across a canal. Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off. People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Im dobry kumpel.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost. More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
What the fuck?
Yes, let's go take a look.
Oh.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Okej. Każdą klikniętą kulę. O! O! I ono chyba daje możliwość. Tak, dać retoryka, więc możemy iść spróbować. Zajebiście, zajebiście. Idziemy spróbować otworzyć kurwa ten. Kurwa ten. Całe te. No.
Ale wpierw. O tak. O tak. Dowiedzmy się, jak się nazywamy.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. Good choice. A newer photo would look different. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Okej. Jest napisane Rafael. Ja to bym za imię Harry, ale ja nie chcę być Harrym Duboisem. Nie akceptuj tego. No dobra, no.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Mój sobie dobijak.
Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained. You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
Okay.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it. Such a small yet precious thing.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
I remember that time! That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
Okay.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... it's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it.
Okej. Notatka zerkowa. No, wolę dreszcze. Wolę dreszcze. Pik, 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 pik. Węglowe miasto. O kurwa. O, muszka. Nie no, ale krawatu przecież zmienimy tej. Krawat to nasz przyjaciel. Dający las kominu, dających obficie ku niebieskiemu bezchmurnemu niebu. Czazują na niezdrowy kolor starych zębów. Na odwrocie napisano dwukrotnie jedno zdanie. Wydostałem się. Adresata brak. No nieźle. Co to było? Coś zauważyłem, nie wiem co. Dobra, dawaj mi latarę, może latara coś pomoże. Nic? Okej. To, tak zostajemy. Dobra. W końcu free chata będzie. Nie wiem, że trzeba płacić za kolejne nocki. O, ale gacie. Królestwa sumienia. Nasze nudająco. Jak trochę ja miałem. Kurde no. Chyba co zostawimy. Dobra, z chłopakami tu za chwilę. Babuszka najważniejsza.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
Okay.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
Okej.
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid.
Oho.
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Okej.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Zajebiście.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in the shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Tam zaraz. Ja.
Finally, you have those lamos of matinees off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street. Over there, you can find more of the same.
Wypowiadasz podstawowy
Shacks
kurwa
and
nasz
trees
czysty
growing
polski
wild.
kurwa
That's
starożytny
the
wierszyk,
place.
który idzie tak. Kto ja jestem? Kim ja jestem? Orzeł mały. Jaki znak mój? Polak biały. Skąd ja jestem? Z polskiej ziemi. Czym ta ziemia krwią i blizną, dlatego zwie się naszą ojczyzną.
Au.
Mordki.
Cześć, pozdrawiam również wszystkich w Krakowie. Co to jak to? Szybciutko 17 godzin zleciało. Fajna gierka. To się przyjemnie siedzi. A wiecie, trzeba za chwilę sobie jakąś przerwę zrobić. Walczymy. To nie jest walka, ci powiem szczerze. Ostatnio było dużo ciężej. Ostatnio to o tej porze to już był kurwa połamany 3 razy. Jeszcze musiał wychodzić i robić rzeczy i nie chciało mi się w chuj. A dzisiaj sobie bardzo fajnie sobie siedzę. Nawet nie czuję, żeby to właśnie jakaś walka była.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain.
Za chwilę jeszcze spotkałem mistera Baxtera, więc to już w ogóle będzie melanż.
After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. What are you interested in then? Here, for you? No, officer.
Do 19.
The only money we
strzelać.
have here is some coins the
Przyjemność.
drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot.
Bo plan był taki, że przejdziemy, ale no
Sending
chyba
goods
to się
and
nie
ammo
uda.
across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie.
No nigdy nie wiesz, nigdy nie wiesz. Ruda Śląska Avenue może być tuż za rogiem.
Now it's your turn, Mr.
O, i w końcu się mogę się przedstawić.
What a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
W końcu ktoś mnie docenił za moje prawdziwe imię. Dobra, mamy chatę. W końcu nie musimy za nią płacić. Więc są rzeczy ważne i ważniejsze.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangements. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. A door.
Okay. O! Malnalka. Malnalka. No nie ma lepszych.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and a fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Pozbywałem się bokabrodów. Let's go.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, mate. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
Teraz będą mogli zerknąć jeszcze raz?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in
Dobra,
it.
czat.
The expression fixed to your clean-shaven
Czat.
face.
Troszkę budowy
You're still
ciała.
not accustomed to it.
Troszkę budowy ciała. Co wy na to, czat? Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No chuj. No chuj.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Kiedyś się uda.
On the table, you see a bowl of...
Totalnie nudny. Aha. Rakiem, ruszamy. Trzeba zrobić najważniejszą rzecz. Zanim pójdziemy na ZW, trzeba zrobić najważniejszą rzecz. A, jeszcze możemy sobie chyba... Nie chcemy homoseksualnego podziemia badać. Czyli gadać? Co? A, że na meetingu. I co tam ciekawego powiedzieli? Że busy schedule mocie? I trzeba dużo więcej tasków robić? A, jest w środku? Nie słuchałem za bardzo, szanuję. Tak trzeba żyć. Prawimy świat śluza po śluzie, o. Też dobre podejście. Dobra, no to musimy kupić najważniejszą rzecz. Dzień dobry.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber, Harman Wowshi, still...
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Aha. Dobra, chodź tu karaoke teraz.
Can I help you?
Nie. Akcja.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Before a click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses.
Zajebiście.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Gart, you have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke early. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make the lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from...
Okay. Okay. Yo, Gart.
Can I help you?
Muszę zaśpiewać.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
Muszę.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
Okej. Pozwól mi powiedzieć przepraszam, dokładnie.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good.
Kurwa.
The Whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers.
Nie.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44. Okay, yes, it's for some clients.
Tak.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
A ja mam swoją.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine.
Tak jest.
Climb on that stage and do your thing.
Dobra, czas.
Just get out of my head.
Zapalniczki do
I'll
ręki.
plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke
Lecimy.
machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage. The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Czas, będziecie mi potrzebni teraz fuj.
I can see that.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You've hands. Where do you put your hands?
Fuck. Kurwa, wszystko zjebałem.
It's still early here. Faint daylight is seeping into the dining hall. Someone's making coffee in the kitchen. But aside from that, no one's really around yet. It would be a much better idea to perform in the evening, no?
Lepiej było wieczorem, okej. Ale ja się w dramaturgię pójdę się. Też możemy w te retoryki... Nie zmarnuję tej retoryki, to jest ważniejsze. Ale mamy rzeczy do dramaturgii. Tak jest. Jest na minus. Tak jest. O kurwa. Ale outfit będzie. O kurwa. O kurwa. Dobra. Jest dobry outfit.
The stage is all you feel a little.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me
Czad.
know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Czad. Rozumności. Dajcie rozumności. Aplauz proszę. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zajebiście. Lecimy. To musi usiąść, to musi usiąść, to musi usiąść.
The air is thick with anticipation.
11:11. Let's go.
The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
Co nie? Co nie? Co nie? Co nie? Co się stało? Okej.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there,
Zobacz.
in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Piękne. Piękne. Pielgrzym, większy jak gdzieś najmniejszy. Stronie korzystał, mogłaby określić się myślustą na klifie szczyciu. Często tam się wyobrazić gości, z radością kroczyłem pośród dróg przyszłości. Teraz zostałaś tam sama, Majełko.
Not bad.
Yes, not bad at all.
Dziękuję ci, stary, że ty gadzie mózgu. Byłem starszym przyjaciele. Życie to jebany żart. Życie to jebany żart. To jest dobry komentarz.
Okay, yes. I'm going to unplug the microphone, so you can get off the stage now.
Okej, dobra. Save. Wysłał. Trzeba zrobić. Tak. Bardzo dobrze. Uff. Okej. 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 To nam poszło zdecydowanie lepiej. Nam poszło zdecydowanie lepiej. Jesteśmy lepszymi karaokeistami. Najlepsi karaokeiści to my. Dobra, chwilka przerwy, trzeba się porozciągać. I ten. I zaraz wracamy. Siup.
Halo, halo? Czy tylko ja nie widzę tej emotki? Czy ona już jest dodana? Czy jeszcze nie dodano i sobie tak po prostu piszecie? Ja nie widzę ani na... Czekaj, odświeżę sobie może. Odświeżę tu. Normalny czat. A, dobra, dobra. Już na moim normalnym czacie już widzę. A tu muszę jeszcze odświeżyć. Na czacie. No tutaj to pewnie znowu trochę potrwa, zanim to wskoczy. Zrobimy odświeżenie. I będziemy liczyć na to, że zaskoczy, no. Dobra, przebierzmy się z powrotem w nasze rzeczy. O. 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 To wszystko chyba, nie? Coś jeszcze zmieniali? Nie, to chyba wszystko. O! Nie doczytuję. Ale to jest dobry znak, bo jak nie doczytuję, to może kiedyś doczytu. No. Dobra. Mieli. Dobra, zrobiliśmy co najważniejsze. Jakieś nowe rzeczy. Ale my idziemy kontener, no musi nam się ten kontener udać, kurwa, widzowie. Widzowie. Ślady? A, to są te... Okej. Ślady to są te na zewnątrz, nie? Teraz nam to dużo nie pomoże. A, czy ktoś tam nie chce skomentować naszego karaoke? Tak, widział ostatnio, no.
Yes? What is it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
Okay.
Whoa, how does she know your name? She probably heard it from somewhere. You have to be more careful, karaoke star.
Yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches.
O kurwa.
Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to...
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse, and I really liked it.
Okay.
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right?
Yes, I called you by your name. What about it? Good. Everybody knows your name. Please go finish your investigation, so everyone can go home.
Okay.
Again? I can't believe...
Okay.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Ten kościół to symbol mojej przyszłości, ten kościół to symbol mojego życia. Tak, ten kościół to symbol mojej miłości. To jest naprawdę... To jest symbolem mojej miłości. Ależ dałem zajebistego czadu. Mówiłem ci, że na czadu. Symbol... mojej przeszłości. To już było. To są pieśni przeszłości.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
No,
Got the 20 real?
Nie, bo ja chciałem powiedzieć, że...
Why are you wasting my time?
Bo już nie będę płacić, chciałem powiedzieć, że się wyprowadzam. Kurwa. Jak się pani podobało?
Oh, hello, dear.
Aha, ty masz wyjebane w to. Fajnie, dzięki. Gorący kubku. Słyszałeś?
The man ponders his cooking utensil.
Może być coś. Jakiś boombox.
You see a heavy...
Kolego, słyszałeś?
Hi again, gendarme.
No kurwa,
Bye-bye,
śpiewałem i nikt nie słyszał. Może ty słyszałeś, co?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
O, widzisz Hardiego?
I am not.
Okej,
You could be Liz. You could be anything.
okej.
You could even be a model.
O,
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
no pogadałem. Dobra. Sprawdźmy sobie te ślady.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. Why that pang of guilt again? The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated when he was giving us directions to the yard.
Okay.
Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
W sumie racja. W sumie racja. Dobra, najważniejsze. Pora na najważniejsze. Let's go. Otwieramy kontener. To się musi udać. To się nie może nie udać. Konkretny melanż, moi drodzy. Ty nie chcesz o barszu porozmawiać w końcu?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Właśnie zaśpiewaliśmy piękną piosenkę na karaoke. Mamy mieszkanko w wiosce rybackiej, kupiliśmy sobie zajebisty boombox i chodzimy i blastujemy rytmem. A teraz idziemy otworzyć, kurwa, tajemniczy kontener. Co my tu potrzebujemy? Retorykę, dobra. Nie ma nic chyba na retorykę, ale sprawdźmy, upewnijmy się na 100%. To nie to, 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 to nie to i to nie to. Fuck, ale to nam obniża, więc to musimy ściągnąć. Czy coś nam jeszcze na przykład obniża? Nie. Dobra. Dobra. Retoryka, pach. Awansuj. Moi drodzy, potrzebuję od was... No musimy to otworzyć. Potrzebuję od was... boosta na rozumność. Potrzebuję boosta na rozumność. Za 5. A co, mogę umrzeć? Kurwa mać. Nie chcę umierać. Boost na rozumność za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hop. Nie no, tak nie będziemy robić. Nie będziemy robić tak. Tak nie wolno. To nieładne. Żyjemy z wyborami, jakie istnieją. Tak się gra w RPG. 28%. Easy, przecież to wchodzi, pa.
Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Ale jest w środku?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again.
Jeśli coś w środku, trzeba porozmawiać.
Just like that, you hear a click,
then
a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Co jest, kurwa?
Ultra bogaty, zakrzywiający światło gość?
You can't be serious.
Co jest? No to się... O... Co jest, kurwa? O.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details. But
o kurwa, ale mu hajsu!
The overwhelming presence of capital.
Co jest?
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Dzień dobry.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Myślę, że się odprężony. Ma na sobie szykowny letni garnitur i dopasowane buty. Kim jesteś?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodor, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Jak udało ci się zdobyć takie bogactwo?
To be perfectly blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Ghana. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy. I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what.
Co się odkurwiał?
Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Że jak moje sobie pytały jest pewien sam sobie. Weź wykorzystać swojego bogactwa ku chwale ojczyzny. Jesteś złodziejem, ludzie się zachowują po wszystkie, co ty odpoczywasz. Że tak pokładało, ale nie uważasz, że powinieneś podzielić się tym bogactwem z resztą społeczeństwa? Ale was nawet nie znam. Czadowo. Nie ma na to żadnej interesującej odpowiedzi.
Imagine living such a high net worth existence is overwhelmingly exciting. But yes, as you now see, it can sometimes just stun you with its boredom.
Dostałem właśnie achievementa. Który jest złotym achievementem, czyli bardzo mało ludzi go ma. Ten achievement jest za, powiedz, 7 niesamowicie nudnych rzeczy. Ja pierdolę. Okej, to już na kontenerze.
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think.
Okej.
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
Okej. O! O, może on w to zainwestuje.
Well, as we say in my circle, one person's crushing business failure is someone else's development opportunity. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money. But, it also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, mail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Całkiem miło.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
Mam nadzieję, że mi te pieniążki zostaną.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
Okej.
Go right ahead.
Zdrowe. O kurwa. Jezus, teraz nie wiem, czy pytać o to, czy nie.
Why go so soon? I feel we've so much more to talk about.
Okej. O! Aha, tylko obok niego. Okej.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Dobra, to pytamy.
I don't see how it's appropriate for a representative of the law to ask a wealthy person for money. This shines a bad light on the RCM, if you can.
Come now. There is not even a scent of corruption here. I'm merely being polite. So, let me check my pockets. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think we only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Dziękuję za twoją dobroć.
You're welcome. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
This is a proposal, not a question. These ultra-liberal types
O kurwa.
lose huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
O kurwa. Konceptualizacja. Konceptualizacja. Mamy rzecz na konceptualizację. +1. Pach. +2. Okej.
Nie odbiorę tego. Dobra, czat. Pomyślecie ominęło. Nigdy nie wiesz, nigdy nie wiesz. Rozumność, czat. Będę potrzebował rozumności od was.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
O kurwa. Te ciuchy mi nic nie dały. Dobra, dajcie mi trochę rozumności, czat. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. O, jest 8%. Dobra, przedstawiamy ten, który nie ma szans się powieść, nie? To logiczne.
Congratulations. You've somehow managed to fail at failing, which means, in a strange way, that you've succeeded.
Okej. No zainwestować w centrum młodzieżowe.
Youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to teach them practical skills, like teamwork and self-discipline. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
Że liberalne wartości ekonomiczne w dzieciach to będzie inspirować do służby publicznej w przyszłości. Takie zwykłe centrum młodzieżowe z wojskami do kosza i w ogóle, żeby nauczyć ich pracy zespołowej i innych umiejętności emocjonalnych.
No. You've got to think bigger than that.
Okej. Służby publicznej przywódców przyszłości.
I like that you're thinking about the future, but wouldn't the center have a more economic focus?
Okej, to liberalne wartości ekonomiczne w dzieciach z rodzin o niskiej wartości netto.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future?
Okej, może mieć centrum w galerii handlową albo firmę z majątkiem.
When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
Gotowe do pracy kapitału ludzi, których możesz wykorzystać przy każdym z swoich interesów. W przypadku ludzi zawsze istnieje pewne ryzyko, dlatego musimy zajmować całe centrum planu awaryjnego.
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
O kurwa.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities.
Dziękuję.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules?
Co jest?
Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Kratan, now's your chance to take some time off. Spend it with your good buddy and get absolutely wrecked in the process.
Okej. Przykro mi chłopie, jestem teraz inwestorem, muszę pozostać trzeźwy, żeby kalkulować ryzyko, dokładnie.
What is this shit? Calculating risks? Kratan! The risks you can't calculate are the only ones worth taking!
Przykro mi, nie widzę zwrotu z takiej inwestycji.
The lieutenant looks at you with horror. You've been mumbling to your necktie in a daze for several minutes.
Yes. Now you're displaying it. The eccentricity that becomes a wealthy individual.
Zaufanie.
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment. And I expect to see returns.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly,
Mierzałem
then
punkty?
closes again.
Punkty. Albo TTS się wyjebał.
DFSD.
Okej, działa.
Is he having a stroke?
I'm not unimpressed. Let's leave it at that.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with?
Okej. Coś tam się dorobiliśmy, nie?
Gdzie my to zaraz zainwestujemy? Ale to nie jest jako kurwa quest? Myślę, że to tylko jest. No, żeby zainwestować te $100. No myślałem, że ja będę mógł zarobić taka giga pieniądze. Ja pierdolę. Co tu się odjebało w ogóle, kurwa? Ja spodziewałem się do takich rzeczy, jakichś kurwa paranormalnych, ty. Tego się kompletnie nie spodziewał po tej grze. Ja w szoku. Dużo tu jest takich rzeczy pojebanych? Cała gra, o kurwa. A Szwicik, ty na przykład spotkałeś tego chłopa? Idiomatyczne. Czy nam się kurwa światopogląd teraz popierdolił? No.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Okay. O, jakoś... Nie, tego homoseksualne podziemie.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. The kids don't reply, absorbed in their little game. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids. Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here.
Okej. O, dziwne.
The scruffy-haired little boy. The scruffy-haired little...
Grupactwa.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Jagnusz.
Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. They look identical. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway.
Okay.
It looks angry. My mom's outside, and I don't really know about my dad. Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think...
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Okay.
Bye!
Bye. Bye. I got a kuropatwa. Kuropatwa. Geretowi mogę coś dać. Coś będzie się mogli zaawansować. Ciało jako narzędzie, wydaje mi się, że to by się mogło przydać czasem. Tak to zostawimy. Zamek. Już coś jest, halo. Okej.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Zręczne palce. O, te 500. O kurwa, on to... Chłopie. Chłopie. Easy. Easy. Sztangę możemy podnieść. Będzie ciężkie. Będzie ciężkie.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design.
Okej. Co za myśl tam wjechała? Okej. Ale to na razie tego nie wsadzimy, bo nie mamy kurwa miejsca i punkcika. Kurwa, to mnie chyba w ogóle nie było. Ale oksy. Okulary super gwiazdy.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Dobra. Matematik. Matematik. O. O.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner
Czat,
to the other.
dorzucacie się do rozumności? Trochę rozumności? Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A dziękuję.
A row of ghostly
Oh.
shades stand
Oh.
facing the wall.
Oh.
There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet, no sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Okay.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Collateral damage on the path toward normalcy and progress. Such is your belief, officer. Maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
Okay.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Ciekawe.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades stand a cold sea wind.
Dobra, wróćmy do naszych ciuchów. Jeszcze? Nie. Pieniądze, że zaparkować do nazwanego reala.
Pippo, Pippo. Co to jest Pippo, Pippo? To jest Pippo, Pippo. Szczapka. Bo do logiki. Nie. Nie potrzebuję takiej czapki. O. Wiesz, że tam od pijaczków musieli wrócić. Okay.
You stop mid-step and put your hand on a garish necktie.
Uh-huh.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle! You should care! I'm getting a very special vibe from that bottle. Please go talk to him. I need to look at it closer.
Okay.
Ooh. The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Okay.
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse. You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk. He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail? Don't call Abigail.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
Okay.
The drunk man starts coughing a really disgusting hacking. The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Okay.
Hey, tequila!
O, tu się dowiemy o naszym alter ego.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
Okay.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker? Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset. We've met before. Don't you remember? Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get pissed drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them.
Okay.
That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Okay.
Oh, yes you do, Bratushka! The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go!
Okay.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things!" After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother. Ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Coś to kup tę butelkę. Jezus, nie!
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. how one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard.
No nie chcę
and that we've all
pić.
been fucked too.
Nie chcę pić.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Żeby mieć, no ale... A nie będzie mnie kusić?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
O kurwa.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you said that you'd really behaved unreasonably and failed to uphold your responsibilities as a representative of the coalition. You said being a cop was real boring and that there was no reason to talk about it. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temple, saying, boring, boring, boring.
To ciekawe, to ciekawe.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. We are saving the world.
Okay.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out? Booze! Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Okej.
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
O kurwa.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office. I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think?
Huh?
Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Oh.
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansarique Lycra tracksuit. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one. Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
Okay.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room.
O kurwa.
Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
No. Cyniczne koniowiństwo, zgadzam się.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising. Maybe you're right. Who knows? Maybe we were behind the curve? We were fucking rich, though, that much I know.
Czekajcie chwilkę, ZW.
Już koniec?
Halo, jaki koniec? Jaki koniec? Gdzie tam koniec tej? Nawet początek nie jest. Wow. Ciam. Dobra. Opowiadaj, co to za dres, kolego.
What? You've never seen 100% lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material.
Daj się pomocać.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum.
Dłuższe z dwóch? Spoko. Będę musiał coś wykombinować, bo za pół godziny będzie obiadek. Będę musiał coś do zobaczenia, do obiadku znaleźć.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it.
O chuj.
Randomized trials have also found lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to.
Rakotwórcze.
And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
Okej. Stali pijacy.
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, they're exactly what they look like.
Okej.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
Co z kurtką?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila? Yeah, exactly. You're here to serve, right? If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk, or walking along the beach, or checking out the abandoned fish market.
Dużo tych miejsc.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it.
Okej.
I'm all ears, Tequila. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift. Cottonmouth is keeping my tongue imprisoned.
Okay.
You too.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
See? There it is, bratushka! The spirit! Let's buy the spirit! 300 real is a lot, but this has to be done!
Ciekawe, czy ci temu o tą flaszkę chodziło.
It's our end game! Bratan, you don't understand! It's not just another drink! This is what our relationship has been building towards all these years! This is the climax, the mystery, the virginal sigh! You have to buy it from him! Get it off him! Kill him if you have to! Our ultimate fate depends on it, and the fate of many worlds.
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirits, then at Rosemary, suspiciously.
Okay.
He knows something is going on. In your head.
Okay.
see, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Okej. Hej, hej, witam. Co tam u doktora? Wszystko w porządku?
You know, it's funny actually.
To git.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Okay.
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office.
Właśnie jak szalony. To dobrze.
He
To
ain't
dobrze.
shitting you! Medicinal spirits are a blast, Bratan! The flaming truth of this joke of a world!
Okej, nie leć w ciula.
I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
Nic masła.
It was. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Okej.
The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. Swipe 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
Okay.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
Za 3?
Don't say it.
Tak.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Okej.
Well done. You got it.
No to za 3. No i chuj.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Bratan, I am so proud! Now, whatever you do, don't drink it! This deserves so much more than just regular oral consumption!
Co, będzie chciał, żebym sobie to do dupy wlali? No nie. Tak nie zrobimy.
Just wait for my sign. Keep it with you. Keep it warm. Keep it safe. Soon we will enter the other world.
Okej.
Soon. The time will come soon. Have patience, brave one.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Okej. No to poszło. Jest spirytus. Czekaj na sygnał, okej. Sygnał, ciekawe. O.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow.
Okay.
The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water. white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade.
Okay.
There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Okay. One. Buty. Dają panowanie. Wydają recepcję. Okay. Potrzebne. Okej, porozmawiajmy. Porozmawiajmy sobie.
Hi, officer.
Cześć.
Anything I can help you with?
Jesteśmy pytania pierwszego, ma pani na imię, przyjdź dalej. Gdzie właściwie jesteśmy?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Illisible.
Czemu?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Okay.
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Okay.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Przodowy miecz ma być jest aspirek, potrzebować swoje krótki, widziała pani? Wodna broń, skarż miecz, okej. A spytajmy o to.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Okay.
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Okay. Okay.
Not bad.
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
Okay.
The traces of her laughter are still there. in her eyes, fading fast.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Okay.
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
O kurwa.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Dokładnie.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Oscar, both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Krawat mi podpowiadał. Okej.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
Oof.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat.
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready. Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Okay.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something. People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out.
Hordes of wild, homeless people roaming the lands. Nomads scattered across an endless plain. In a dystopian world where tear is the only valid currency and people eat each other to stay alive.
I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here and... I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
Okay.
Remarkable. That one already lost everything else and now his jacket too. It's a good thing too that he has an actual police officer looking for it. Good old doom spiral. Upper management to the core.
That's odd. Is she actually impressed?
Konrada Kurtkiewicza.
Aye. We all feel that way sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the protagonist, even in my own life story.
A gush of sadness suddenly washes over her.
Anyway, I looked near the fish market north of here on the boardwalk. Drunks are drawn to markets for some reason. Was there something else?
Chum 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 chum.
Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture. I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Okej. Na razie do zobaczenia. Robimy save'a. Idziemy sobie zjeść. Coś musimy sobie znaleźć do zobaczenia. Na jedzonko. Pum, 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 pum. Pum, 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 pum. Pum, 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 pum. Coś się na YouTube dzieje. Pum, 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 pum. O. Widzę z Szumowskim. Nowy podkaścik. To wydaje się spoko. Kurwa, to się rzeczy działy. Tyle człowieka nie ma, a tu się kurwa rzeczy w internecie dzieją. Pyk, 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 pyk. Dobra. No to chyba będą dobra opcja do zobaczenia, bo nie widzę nic innego jakiegoś kurwa ciekawego. Nic tu się chyba nie wydarzyło. Okej. Kurwa, Redman z Method Manem wypuścili nową piosenkę. Co jest? Co jest? Dobra, dawaj mi tych szumowskich i gizów. Sobie podjemy, no. Pa, 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 para, pa, pam. Okej. Dobra, trzeba powiedzieć. O!
Wiesz. Nie śpiał tylko co obiadek jem. I. Coś widział. Dziękuję. Nie, nie. Się nachylam do miseczki, bo mam spaghetti.
Nie. Nie jest z komunii. To jest bieda cosplay głównego bohatera gry, którą ogrywam. Czyli Disco Elysium. Dobra, powiedzone. Idę sobie mordę umyć i lecimy dalej. GZW. Dobra. Pik, 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 pik. I... Pim, 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 pim. Tu. 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 O, może jakiś osprzęt być. Konkretny osprzęt do tego jest potrzebny. Dobra. Osprzęt. Wszystko... Latar chyba nie. Bardziej to... No wszystko mieli zbadane, nie? Wszędzie chodzili. Jak tam nie byli. Dobra, to idzie iść dalej. Dobra, tu są te telefony. Tu może być sadgę. Okej, tu będzie skuter. O, jasne. O! Prężny Pilsner. Będziemy mogli temu zanieść na historię. Wymieni się z niego.
Tequila sunset. Of course. Drink first, story later. Not much, but it will do.
Okay.
The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran.
Good. Okay.
There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Hett is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal. Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
Konia.
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man with no head on his shoulders, wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
O, figurka mamy.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Bezgłową świnię, o kurwa.
Well, there are many versions of this story, The most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man.
O kurwa.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens.
Hello.
Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something. Her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless found rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
Okej. Co napisali w faktach sprawy?
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless found rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody.
O kurwa.
They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
O chuj.
Not a pretty scene.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed. Anyway, that's the story of the headless found rider.
Okay.
Pretty crazy, huh? Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline. Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off.
Okay.
Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Okej. W końcu się wiedziałem z tym, to sobie był Joker, wydaje się, że zgodzić, czy to się nasunęło się. Ja bez tą ostatnią.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It
Ja
throws
jeszcze
some
bardziej
wild
wariacką
shit at
powiesz.
you.
Ciekawe, czy opowie o gościu z kurwa kontenera.
That's what. Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
Okej.
Acid Gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name.
Okej. No złapało go to.
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
Okay.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Okay.
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to... Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice. It's very hard to tell a story when one's mouth is dry.
Okej, dobra, trzeba go szybko załatwić. Jeszcze jedną opowieść. Tymczasem co tu się dzieje po lewej stronie. Coś tu. Coś tu. Okay.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side.
Okay.
This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Okay.
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Okay.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Co? Pieniądze?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D? It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer.
Okay.
Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Cool, check it.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
Tape computers. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
Okay.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Jews joined the team.
Wait, did he just say Wompty Dumpty Dum Center?
Też mnie to rozjebało.
He did it. He said Wompty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wompty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing. Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Felt Playback Experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands.
Okay.
Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Okej, wyjebane. Tu nie mamy punktu. Będzie trzeba poczekać na rozwój.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Ooh.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Okay.
Call the Mama Takwa.
Oho, zew. Tasi zew.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the call du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
Okej. Złote ucho. Spoko, podoba się dla mnie. Centrum Łompty Dompty. Nie wiem, czy to jest coś, na czym chcę się skupić. Na tym chcę się skupić. Tylko nie moje miejsca, ale zrobienie sobie miejsca, to się na tym skupimy. Let's go dalej. No, trzeba konkretny osprzęt ubrać. A, bo tam jest ten płot. To jest okej. Okej, tam siedzi gdzieś dalej. To na razie to baszta. Chodźmy tutaj do naszych kolegów, kryptozoologów. O! Artyleria. No panowie. Dobra, papuszki. O, no i punkt umiejętności, zajebiście. To sobie automatycznie daje tu. Proszę o to. 3 godziny 30 minut, okej.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Okay.
Nothing. Just a hunch.
Fuck.
The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Pewnie coś tam mogło być. Coś tam pewnie mogło być w tych kurwa
zaroślach, coś ciekawego. Ale nie pociągnęliśmy myśli. No cóż, dobra. Szybko kolesie. A,